resume the recording. Okay, we're now recording. All right, so I think by the time this lockdown crap is over, I might know how to run Zoom, maybe. So, okie doke. Just so in case we need it, I'm going to go ahead and request remote control. I'll keep my hands off of it unless you need some help.
Okay.
And I see one thing right here that I want to look at. You've got something right there. Is that intentional?
No.
It is just a hatch pattern.
Oh, I may have been trying to make that as a found rebar.
Oh, part of your legend? Okay.
I don't know. That's one of my questions is legend, but
Yep.
let me go over them in order so I don't
Sure.
miss anything.
Yep. All right.
I started to do, when I was doing my text, I started to, I saw a command on there under draw text that says along a polyline. So I wanted to put what my north arrow was, and I thought, well, I'll create a polyline and I'll put my text along it. And I did that, but the text just disappeared off into infinity. So I need to label what my north arrow is.
All right.
I have a polyline drawn there, which I thought would help me do that.
Right. Okay. So first thing to do, or to reinforce, Michael, is that I can see by the fact, well, no, I guess I thought maybe we were inside the viewport, but we're not. That's outside the viewport. So that is your polyline. You see your text there?
Yeah.
AH. All right. So I'll show you what that is. And let's see. What I want to do is to select. I'm going to do select by window polygon. I'm going to start here. I'm going to go out. How far out does it go?
I don't know.
Maybe here. And I'll take this one out. And then I will delete CP. All right, so now all you've got is that one polyline. Now, what has happened is you've got a setting somewhere that is spreading that stuff out. So first of all, I'm going to look at this and see, all right, so that is the extent of that polyline. So if you do draw text on polyline, now let's look at your options. So that's what you want it to say, 1/10 of an inch, and that's going to be 1/4 inch off of the polyline. That's what the text offset is. So it'd be 1/4 inch off of the polyline that we find, right? Is that how you want it, or do you want it to be?
Well, that seems like it's pretty far off.
Yeah, let's just make it 0.05, like 1/10 of an inch, and just to see it. Now, what some other options are here? The layer, of course, the text style, where you're going to position it, above or below or on. and then slide the text on screen. Now what that does is this, if you look at the help system, is I think it's going to give us additional prompts and have us slide it along. And what that means is, well, did your help system come up on your other screen maybe?
No, it's on my screen above, over my drawing. I might be able to move it over. Yeah.
There it is. There it is. Whoop, now it went away. It was there a minute ago. The only thing I can see is your Carlson window. I can't see anything outside of it.
Okay. You want me to move that text on Polyline back?
There you go. Right there it is. I don't know why it's not. Did you share just the application window maybe?
Not that I know of. I just shared.
I wonder, did you share the whole screen or did you just share the?
I don't know. I just hit share screen.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, go ahead and close out that help window. I'll tell you what this means and what it's for.
Okay.
And the reason you would want to do this is like if you had the center line of a stream or a trail or a roadway or something, and you wanted to label the name of it. And then if you slide along that, if you slide the text, then it will walk itself along that line and you get to put it down wherever you want it to go. So that's the function behind that, okay? And so if we say okay here, so we pick the polyline. All right, now look at, pick the point for the slide. Wow. Oh. What do you mean nothing to undo? Do you still see that big giant piece of text?
Yeah, I do.
There's that. Wow. It's another multi-line text. No idea what that is. All right, what's this over here? Probably just a line. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's the intention of that command. And if we say, look at your drawing setup. Let's see, you are in 40 scale. All right, so 40 scale, it becomes 4 feet. Now, because we're drawing in paper space, your 1/10 of an inch, which is what you would normally do, is if you were over in model space. And that 1/10 of an inch equates to this. You see that 0.1 that you have right here and right here?
Yeah.
At 40 scale, it changes it into 4 drawing units tall. Okay, so 4 feet on the ground at 40 scale, if you're in model space, would be a tenth of an inch. A tenth of that is 4 feet. Okay, so here's what happens, and this is a gotcha. We're actually in paper space now.
Yeah.
We're not inside the model like here. We're outside. So now when you run the command, and that command is intended to be run on within model space. And when you set that, and you see it says drawing units here, that's because it's doing that math. So if you wanted it to be a tenth while we're in paper space, we need to say it there.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the first thing. And then the offset scalar now needs to be 0.0015 maybe. All right, so now let's see what happens. So if we pick up polyline here, wow, NAD, look at all that mess.
So why does it do that?
You got me there. And why does it flip it upside down? And where did it just go? Did you erase it?
No, I haven't touched anything.
Oh, there it is. All right, let's see what this is up here.
So how would you do that if you were trying to do it instead of?
Well, that's what I'm getting ready to show you is, again, use that tool for that intent. Now, here's the easiest way to do it. You can either draw this line that parallels your north arrow, or you can highlight that north arrow and see what its rotation is. See this right here?
Yeah.
That is its rotation when it's due east. That means north is straight up. That's the way it's written. So it has cranked this. Let me see if I get this right. If its rotation is 0, I'm going to copy that for a second. All right, I'm going to just say 0. Yeah, so that's when it's straight up. So, but you see the rotation is east. So the north arrow block is created so that this line that goes perpendicularly out from it to the right, that's the 0 mark, okay? So when we set this rotation as what we had it just a second ago, like that, that means if you imagine it pointing straight horizontally, that's north 90 east. And so we've rotated it up about 8, almost 9 degrees counterclockwise.
Wouldn't that be a rotation of northwest instead of southeast?
Well, except east would be when this thing is pointing straight up. So east is the reference. So now the reference line that when north is straight up on the page, the reference line is off to perpendicularly off to the east. So when this is straight up in the air, the reference line is off, perpendicular to the side. So now when it's rotated here, the reference direction is down this way, also perpendicular to the north arrow. And that is, See if it would look like. It would look something like that. Because when the north arrow and this, assume this goes with it. In fact, let me do it exactly right. We'll just make it perpendicular here. Okay, so the north arrow itself, when it has an east rotation, and remember, east is 0, not east is 0 in the CAD world. The positive X direction is 0. I know that north is 0 in our world, but in the CAD world, that's when this thing is straight up in the air. The way the block was created, its 0 rotation is when that north arrow is pointing straight up in the air. And a 0 rotation means it's pointing to the right, to the positive x-axis. So all of this stuff, if it were straight up in the air, this line right here that you don't see, that would be east. So now when it's rotated to the form it's in now, what is the orientation of this line right here? And that is south 857, whatever, east. Whatever that was, south 85741 east. You see?
Yeah.
Okay, now, that being said, you can do this very quickly without having to look at numbers and do your math and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to take this guy and get rid of him. I'll take, now you could, since you've already had this placed here, that's fine. In fact, let me.
I just drew it there. I mean, that's just eyeball. I didn't.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect then. So, so I'll show you how to do it more directly. You could, snap it to this corner and make sure we got our endpoint on. Endpoint, yeah, okay. So you could, when it asks you for the text, you could place it right there at that corner and line it up in this corner and then move the text, or you could do the text horizontally, set its rotation to match the same thing that this is. Okay, so there's a number of different ways here, and here's what we're going to do. I'm going to first go back to your draw text along a polyline, just so I can copy all that text. I don't want to type it. Okay, so I right-click the mouse and choose copy. Now I'm going to put that guy away. Now, we're on the proper layer that we want, and we're going to do the text. Now, we're going to just draw standard text. And now there may be a wizard. Let's see what that does for us. Text string. We paste. And it'll be left justified. The text rotation, this is perfect. Pick the angle. Text size scalar, oh boy, now we'd have to use that 0.003. So again, I don't want to do it there, because that's still trying to do it as if you're in model space. All right, if I just go to draw text and use standard text, okay, now this is the CAD version of drawing text. It has nothing to do with text size scalars and all that kind of stuff. And see your options. It asks you to specify the starting point, or type J if you want to change the justification in case you wanted it right justified or center or what have you. But right now it's lower left. You can leave it like that. You could type S to change the style. But I do know that standard is the current style, and even if it's not, we can change that in the properties later. So here's what we're going to do. Specify the start point of the text. So I'm going to zoom, or not zoom, but I'm going to get close to see where it snaps on that endpoint.
Yeah.
I'm going to click there, okay? Now the height of the text at this time, because I'm just CAD, So 0.1, and since I'm in the paper part of this drawing, I'm in paper space, that is 0.1 inches now. So I just hit enter. Now the rotation angle, and instead of taking that E or trying to remember those other numbers, I'm just going to come right over here and get the endpoint of that line. And that sets the rotation angle. And you see the cursor is blinking there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just type Control V. All right, so there's that text. And I'll hit enter once, asking. The way you do the standard CAD text, when you finish a line, you hit enter, it goes to another line. You can type another line in text and hit enter. And so when you're done, if you hit enter one more time, it finishes it. It's just a way of creating multiple lines all stacked up next to each other. So now that you've got this done on the same orientation as that, you can just slide it like that. Okay. And, you know, maybe that's, yeah, is that the way that needs to show, or do you want to make it so that it's like 2 lines of text?
Yeah, probably 2 lines of text would be better.
Okay. So there's a way of doing this separately. First of all, this is 1 line of text. If I wanted to make 2 lines of text, I could copy that and then edit each line and erase the tail off of one and the front off of the other and all that kind of stuff. But there's some quicker ways of doing this. One way, the Carlson way, before we had these other tools I'm going to show you in a minute. If you go to, I'm going to let you drive now. If you go to the edit menu, and go down to the text pull right, which is in the last block of the menu. Okay. And now look at all the things you can do to text. One of which is to split text into 2 lines. Okay. Right there. Now, go ahead and select the text. Okay. Now, if you'll take that, grab the title of that little window and drag it off to the side a little bit, the title bar, the up where it says text break. Yeah, grab it there and just move it. Yeah, don't put it on your text. You want to be able to see your text as you're doing this. So just push it over to the, well, that's fine. Okay, now it shows you what the text is, and it shows you the result of it down below. So you see that little scroll bar above it? Start clicking it to the right. Okay. And you can even grab the thing and drag it without, you know, you don't have to click each one, but. So I would go, yeah, see how it takes that space, you know, it's based. Now you may want to do that, or you may want to back it up so that based on GNSS is on the same line or whatever. So whenever you're happy with it, you would just say, okay. Okay, now you have 2 lines of text, but because you have 2 lines of text, to move that, you need to select both of those. So click the first line and also the second line. Click that, and now you need to right click and choose move. There you go. Like that. And now what you might want to do too, because of all, see how close you are to this GNS properties?
Yeah,
you can even,
I can move that though, I guess.
okay, you could, or you could move this whole north arrow thing sort of more up into the corner, whichever way makes most sense. It's
Okay,
up to
so
you.
click all 3 of them and then move?
Yes, but now instead of having to individually click all 3, Mike, do you know how to select things based on crossing or window? You can draw a window around it. If you draw to the right with your window, everything has to be completely inside the window. If you click over here on the right and draw toward the left, all you have to do is cross it a little bit. Come on, that's all you need right there. Click. Now you see you got them all. There you go. Yep, perfect. Okay. So that's one tool. I think that would be a very handy tool. Now, here is sort of the reverse of that tool, and I'm going to set that back so that I can show you the other express tool as well. This being 2 lines of text, under edit text, where we did split into 2, you can also join text entities. And so select the first text line, that's this one. Select text to add to the first text line would be that one. And that's it. Now, if we say join type as words or letters, if we say letters, it's going to put the O of the word ON right beside the D of the word based. So I want to say words so it knows to stick a space in between there. Okay. So now you see what it did. It just lined it right back up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's one word, one line of text. Now here is the best way to do it. And you see this right here when I select this?
Yeah.
See up here what it is? It is M text. It's multi-line text. And I can grab that little handle and shrink it and stretch it, and it wraps just like a little word processor.
Okay.
And that's sort of what we wanted to do with this. Oops, sorry. Oh man, what's going on? Why did that do that?
I don't know.
Wow. That like set it back to, let me see what your undo control is set to. Let's see, the current settings, automatic undo control is all. That's not what we want. Combined, yes. Layers, yes. Undo the number of operations to undo. Oops, control. All done. One. So now, see, that's what's happened is that when I typed U to undo, it undid everything that you have done since the last save. Wow. All right. So we need to get rid of this and this. All right. And we'll get rid of this. And we're going to draw text standard. And we're just going to start here. Take that, and we're going to go to that as the angle, and we're going to paste. We're going to hit enter, enter. Done with that, and we will move it up to here. Okay, now, just like you did before, you split it into 2 lines, and you had 2 lines, but you see how this is a whole paragraph of text?
Mm-hmm.
That's really what we want out of this, instead of having to track 2 lines all the time and they'll get out of alignment with each other and all of that. So we're going to convert that to multi-line text, because if I select it right now and if I look over here, it just says text. All right. So here's where you would probably want to do that, is under edit text, change text to mtext. All right, that'll do it. And Carlson's had that command ever since mtext has been around. But here is a little menu that you might want to play around with sometimes called Express Tools.
Okay.
And these are some of those little utilities that Autodesk put together, and this little thing called Express Tools that did some of the things that people wanted to be able to do. And Autodesk would never program those in as standard tools. So somebody at Autodesk, some programmer, made this little thing up, offered it to the user community as a downloadable service. They became so popular that Autodesk has now included it in their software, and that's why IntelliCAD now has it here to be able to copy what AutoCAD has in it, okay? But Autodesk has never, to this day, supported any of these things. They've always claimed these are as is, use at your own risk type of tools. So it has one now under text that lets you do text to multi-line. And it's also got this arc aligned. Okay, so it'll walk text around the circular arc. You can do a text fit. So all of those different types of things that you also had Carlson tools from. But that's just an alternate. And by the way, also under that tools, Express Tools, you've got, you know, leaders, entity data, layouts, listing viewport scales, synchronizing, different tools. Overkill is a good tool here that nobody talks about or is aware of. That's a tool that is very much like the one under the file menu called Drawing Cleanup that says erase duplicates. So Overkill looks at things, and if you've got exact copies of things over top of each other so that it looks like it's one, it gets rid of the extras. There's this break line symbol. That's a nice little thing to have, depending, you know, what you're trying to do. So play around with that menu when you get a chance, as you get more familiar with it. You know, it may be a year or two before you want to do it, but you see the different things that you can do. But for now, I'm going to let you go back to the edit menu and choose edit text, and then choose convert to M-line. There you go. You got to answer the question, do you want to group it or process individually? And what that means is, you see these three pieces of text over here? If those are in fact three individual pieces of text.
No, I don't see what you're pointing at.
Oh, I'm sorry. These right here.
Yeah.
If those are individual pieces of text, when we run this command, if we say group, and then we select these three pieces of text, it takes all three lines and makes them into one paragraph. If we say individual and we select all these three, then each one of those becomes its own separate paragraph, and it can be moved around and stretched and all that. We only have the one line, so in our case, it doesn't matter. But I would say get used to answering this question as group. You want to consider everything as a group so you don't make multiple individual lines. So now select the text to convert. There you go, and that's all you need to select. You hit enter to finish the selection. Okay, now that's done. It's because it's been converted, it's now set its rotation to 0. So we're going to change that rotation back. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to first select the north arrow. And look at its properties. And over there where under miscellaneous in the properties,
Yeah.
Where it says rotation.
Yeah.
Highlight that entire field and type Control C or right click the mouse and choose copy. Okay, escape, so that's no longer selected. Now select the M text and look over in the properties and you should see right there where it says direction, well, not the rotation, that's the
Direction.
well, good question. Pull that down. What are our choices? Yeah, okay, that's right. So that's not what we're looking at. That's the way it reads. So vertical would be like if you had a graph and you wanted to label the y-axis. So it reads up the page. It's like doing a 90-degree rotation on this. So anyway, on the rotation field, 2 fields down. Now type Control V or right click paste. And then before you hit enter, now when that comes around, that's gonna rotate it around so that it's perpendicular to the north arrow. So we're going to want to then rotate that an additional 90 degrees counterclockwise. So I'm not sure that this will let you type plus 90. I don't think it will. Let me see. Nope. All right, that's okay. Go ahead and right click paste and hit enter. Now it's exactly perpendicular to the north arrow. So escape the, well, no, well, yeah, okay. Now select the text again. And we're going to just do a standard old rotate on this, which is the tool on the vertical toolbar to the right, the 5th one down. Okay. It's also on the edit menu, either one. So we'll choose that. And now it wants to know a rotation point. So go up there, like right in there and click that once. And now you don't have to try to eyeball it, just type 90. And hit enter. There you go. All right, now that is M text. So now if you select it one more time and zoom out, roll the wheel out so you can see way out there. You see the other end of that text, that blue marker?
Over there.
Yeah, grab that and start dragging it to the left. And zoom back in now while you're dragging. Roll the wheel. There you go. Now keep going to the left. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. See what you're doing? Is you're shrinking that down. There you go. And when you got it what you like it, go ahead and click enter. Or click the mouse, I mean, yeah. All right, so that's, now if you want to move it, you just click any of those lines and grab, you see this grip up here?
Yeah.
That grip, you can now move it around. Okay. This.
Well, I want to move the north arrow to get it out of the way of that other text like we did before.
Wait, oh crap. Look. I just hit the escape key and every single bit of what we just did went away. This is ludicrous.
Very frustrating.
It did. Stress. Let me see. PMT.
An hour and we haven't accomplished the first thing on my list.
Crap. THIST. What on earth is that? Now, what does that say? It's off my screen. Oh, prompt history. Turns the prompt history screen on and off. All right. Well. I don't have any idea, Michael, why that's. Why that should be doing that. All right, tell you what, I'm going to put it back up here for you real quick. All right, I will. Well, actually, I'm going to leave that there for a real quick reference. And I'm going to draw, this time instead of standard text, I'm going to draw a multi-line text. The first corner will be here. And I want to, of my options, type R for rotation. And the rotation angle is going to be to here. Try it one more time. We're going to start here. R for rotation here, then to here. And the 10th standard. Of course. That's all right, because we're going to go back to get.
I can type it in pretty fast if you want to go back there.
Well, I just let me pop this text up real quick. Because it stays in here. And I'll copy that. And now I'm just going to double click that, highlight it all, and paste. And
okay, what layer is that on? How come that's red?
Because your north arrow layer is red.
Huh, okay.
But, and that's the only reason it's doing that is because when it's editing it. So now I'm going to get rid of that. It's because when it is editing, it's not doing the what you call it. Now, press escape so that I'm afraid to do it. I'm afraid it's going to undo everything.
I've gotten in the habit of hitting save every time I do something.
Yeah, that's a terrible thing to have to do, but
save now just
yes, 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 yes.
Oops.
What the hell?
What happened?
Michael, there's something with this file, and I don't know what it is that's causing this. Let's try this. I'll be able to fix it here. Let's see. We do an audit. All right, so there's some errors that it found, and that's probably what's causing some of this. Somewhere, there it is. There's this. All right, so there's that. I'll get rid of this. What do we have here?
That's something that I created.
Okay. Let me go to the layer.
Oh, wow, what happened to my location inset? It's gone.
Oh, it'll come back. I'll show you. Is everything thawed and on? It looks like it is. Okay. There it is. I just had to do a regen.
Okay.
Because that's an image file. That's why it's doing that. All right, now. All right, I did an audit. I'm also going to do this. I'm going to erase outside of this box. So anything that's out there, there's that. And there's, all right, there's your stuff. What's this up here? Oh, that's the location map. All right. So that's fine. Did we save a view? Site location, yep. So we'll come back to that. Click. There we go. All right, go back to our paper space. We'll save that. All right. It's still. Now, did that happen to? Cause another audit issue. It's still. All right, let me save. Here's what we're going to do. How long has it been? Crap, I can't seem to save it. All right. How long has it been since you've exited this software and come back in, like just recently?
Since this morning when I opened it up.
All right, so that's probably what we're going to have to do here. So if we save, there we go. So RA 2010. Wow, it keeps doing it. All right. All right. Where is this job?
Okay, you gotta go to desktops. That's one for the job, RAI, and Carlson.
Okay. Now I'm going to call this one 20010-temp. It's 40. And my text plots symbols 10th, text 800ths. Are we in state plane?
Yeah, sure. That's what we've been trying to put on a north arrow.
Okay. And do you have a coordinate file?
Yeah.
All right. Now this is going to come up and it's going to just simply be empty for now. But we're going to transfer stuff back and forth between the two, because there's something in that other file that keeps messing things up. But for right now, I've got the stage set for this. I've got a mod version. I've got the original version. I'll save that. It's already saved. And let's make sure this doesn't have any audit errors. Nope. And I'm going to exit completely out of Carlson. Save changes to temp. Sure. Save changes to mod. Yes, if you'll let me. Okay. Now, run Carlson again. And let's open up that temp file. And I can't see anything but I see the picture. I see my picture. It's like what you're looking like in your meeting window. That's what you're sharing. So you don't have to reshare it. Just get Carlson back up and going. I don't think you have to reshare it. You might have to.
Back up.
All right. Yes. There we go. All right. So now you got temp. Let me see here. Okay. All right, so there's temp, and I want to also, let me open this guy. It can't find. Oh, that's fine. Those are just those down there. Okay, no audit errors this time. All right, so if I look at this, that, copy, and I'm just going to draw multi-line text. And I'm going to start here. I'm going to do a rotation of here to here. I'm going to type height as 0.1, and that'll be fine there. And I'll now paste. Okay. I'll kill that. I'll select those. I type the letter M to move. I'll get them up there, and I'll also grab a north arrow. All right, now this will tell. If I save, looks like it all works fine now. Yeah, well, that's an unfortunate reality, Michael, of, is this something you need right here,
Yeah,
by the way?
I'm gonna need that in the template.
Okay, got it.
I have to put on every drawing.
Okay, got it. That unfortunately is not all that uncommon for AutoCAD drawings,
I can't tell you
because,
that depresses me.
well, see, the problem is that, well, I don't know what to say. It's bad programming built on top of bad programming. There were bad decisions made long, long ago, and they've tried to keep everything compatible as long as they could. And so all that bad code carries on with it. So
Microsoft, they're in such a hurry to get out the new version that they never clean up and fix the old one first.
Yeah, exactly right. And there's a certain arrogance there too, as a corporate philosophy goes. But you know, it's like saying, well, you know, gee, VHS tapes aren't as good as Betamax tapes, so the rest of you dummies are, you know, in the world, are you running VHS, and I'm still over here trying to run my Betamax tapes because they're a better product. Well, I mean, I lost. You know, same thing with, you know, as any technology. Here I am at my office now. Thankfully, you know, the tide turned. I mean, I run everything on an Apple Macintosh, but I have to run Windows software, or I have to run Windows to be able to run Carlson, to be able to work with surveying and that kind of stuff. Although there's one really good CAD package for a Macintosh, and yet it's a, you know, it's a translated version from the Windows code. But anyway, all that being said, and then even within Windows, if you want a really, really good, stable CAD package that does all this kind of stuff, well, that the only real game in town in terms of quality programming is MicroStation. But people are so vehement against running it. Everybody in the world says, no, you got to have AutoCAD, got to have AutoCAD. And because everybody says that, everybody uses it. And so when you're turning work into other people, it's got to be an AutoCAD format. So that's not a viable solution for most people.
Yeah.
Now it's what I choose to work in because it doesn't crash and it doesn't, let me take that back. It does sometimes, but still. Anyway, off the soapbox.
I need to put dimensions and areas and lot numbers on these two parcels.
Mm-hmm. So now, here's one thing I noticed. Where you see where you've got, you put your joiners out here and such.
Yeah.
And that's okay. But, what happens if you take this and you just, if it happens to move? Well, you see all of that stuff that you've drawn on here, and I'm going to undo that, by the way. But all of that stuff that you've drawn on there has stayed in the page.
Yeah.
So remember we talked last time about if it's something like these labels on these buildings, if it's something that is tied spatially to what's drawn here, because this can move itself around, you want to do that labeling in your model space over here. Okay. Or you can, double click in here and do it while you're looking at the page. But so that's just something to try to keep in mind. Now, the reason why we got in trouble on that one text command, draw text along a line. And by the way, you're doing this, you're finding this command and starting this out. You're to be very greatly applauded. That was great thinking on trying to figure out how you could do that. Okay. But that's why when you do this plot size, you say 0.1, it's still thinking you're in model space and it makes it 4 inches tall. That's why that giant N was up there. It was 4 inches, in the paper. So, so things like that, and even the north arrow needs to be done in model space first so that it finds its rotation. And then we moved it out to paper space. So now it's out here by itself and we can keep it sort of decoupled. Now, if we were to go in here and reorient, put a different rotation on it, this north arrow out here is not going to go with it. Okay. But we made that trade-off so that we could move it around all over the page. And the other thing is, we can make this as big as the page, and then we can still put these blocks of text and stuff on it. But I don't want to start putting these, note blocks and all of that kind of stuff that aren't related to where it sits in relation to the parcel. I don't want that to be in the model space because I want it to be specifically in this location on the paper. Am I making any sense?
Yes, but I don't completely understand it.
I appreciate that. I know that you don't, and it's probably a bit overwhelming at this stage, and that's just, You see how that INC wrapped down here?
Yeah.
And again, now that is multi-line text, so that's something that you could do. See how you stretch it and it goes.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll let you clean that up if you even want to.
Okay.
I would, and I will, while we're here, I'm going to spell instrument correctly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And say, okay. And now the problem is if you make this long enough to, oops, if you make it like that, you don't want to run this off the edge of the border either. So what's going on here? So take this. There it is. Is that their parcel in here?
Yeah.
All right, so that way it keeps the company name all on one line. Maybe it's a little neater, maybe not. Now you know also because that's you know it's a paragraph of text. If I double click it to be able to edit it, actually, why is it not? There we go. So if I edit all that, you can change it from, you see it's left justified.
Yeah.
You can make it all centered, you know, like that sort of stuff. And you may be well aware of that. I just want you to play around with that. I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to give you any kind of dictation as to what you should do necessarily. Let me get this up a little closer so it's not on that number right there. Okay, now. Oh, Schoenstedt, that's the old magnetic locators. I didn't know they were around your area.
Yep.
And anyway, you can clean these up, you know, as you will. I just want you to see how you go about doing that. Okay.
Okay.
So now, when you're going to be labeling, putting lot numbers and such on this drawing, on the parcels, and again, I would probably have put those adjoiners and such in the model space itself, so that, you know, now we're sort of married to the idea of this viewport can't go anywhere else. It can't move because these things don't go with it. Okay. So we could, let me see something here a second.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let's go to model space for a second.
Yep.
Oh, okay, so how do I label those adjoiners in there?
Okay, sure. What you do is
Oriented completely differently.
That's right. But you remember when we were here, when we started out, this wasn't rotated. We had to double click inside it, and then we did a thing which we're going to do back over here in model space too. Remember, we wanted to orient this line so it's flat on the screen.
Yeah.
Horizontal on the screen. That's called, first of all, it controls your view. So it's on the view menu, and that's a twist screen. Okay, so the very same command, and it works in either place. So I'm going to let you drive it now. If you twist screen and you want to choose line, polyline, or text, okay. And so now what I would do, instead of grabbing that polyline that we lined up with on the other, on the layout tab, because it sometimes can flip you 180 degrees upside down depending on the direction of it. We have two pieces of text that are already drawn in the right orientation, and I know that's always left to right, so just pick one of those pieces of text. And now it wants to know what should the azimuth of that text be, and it's by default saying 90 degrees for due east, and that's what we want. So you can just hit enter. So now you are, you know, square to the screen the same way we were back here. Notice over here in the lower left, right in here, our UCS icon.
Yeah.
We're still in world coordinate system, which is what we want. That's indicated by that square right there around the origin. So that means our coordinates are still true coordinates. So if you look, as I move my mouse from here, well, I mean, you could track these coordinates down there. You could see.
Let me ask you a question about the paper space.
Yeah.
if I'm in there like that and I'm working out here, am I in paper space or am I in model space?
You're in model space. Well, well, you're in model space, but see, when you're in there, you see the cursor?
Yeah.
And I can, select things like that.
Yeah.
But as long as I'm inside of that, if I go out here, you see my cursor completely disappears.
Okay.
So I
can't
can't
really work outside of the model space when I have that open.
Yeah, when you're inside of that viewport, it all has to happen in here, and it's getting put down on the ground. So if we should happen to pan this view, whatever you've done in there is going to move around with all of this stuff.
Okay. Well,
Whereas
didn't we fix that so that that wouldn't happen? I can't change the scale by accident.
That is correct. And we did that by, remember, we selected the viewport itself, and it's right here. This display locked.
Yeah.
Okay, we gave it, we set it to that specific scale, and then we locked it. Okay.
Okay.
Now, so what I would do is when you're doing those adjoiners, and I'll just show you how we do a couple of them. Now that's, you could, even at this point now, are these, those are frozen. You've only got the point numbers out, right?
I don't know the answer to that.
Over here. You're only showing the point numbers. Do you need to show the descriptions on any of those?
No, I'm going to put that in the legend.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, now, so again, the reason I would like to put the reason I'm going to label my buildings here, I'm going to, if I had to compute my property line offsets and show them, the corner ties to the property. Again, I want to do it in model space so that when I'm here, if that frame happens to move around, I don't have to try to pick up those dimension lines and move them with it. Okay. It would be as if, Michael, remember the one we did the other day when you had those tiny lots with those huge septic field reserves? If we had tried to draw all that stuff over here on the paper, and then if we changed the scale or moved that frame around, then all of those things would have been for naught. We'd have to go back and redo them all.
Right.
Okay. Now, oh, by the way, this can go away. This, now that we've fixed it, I'm going to put it back to that one. Okay, good. Now we're back, and you can go back to, what did we say? You're on the desktop.
What are you looking
Oops, sorry. That that folder that we're just in. Okay, now I'm going to sort by type. Oh, there. I don't need mod, and I don't need mod. I don't need temp. And I can just get rid of those now, so that you're not accidentally going to be in one file versus the other.
How about those INI files?
You can just ignore those. They're tiny. You can get rid of them if you want to, but I would save the one that goes with this drawing, but the other two, you can just either leave or throw away at your leisure. Now, back to here. So we want to do our adjoiners. And I've got a interesting question here. If I select this and this and this, oops, and this and this, are those the only adjoiners?
Yeah.
Line works that you've got? Okay. And then we had this and this and this and this.
One over one or two more. That one, yes. And then
Right here.
One. And the title on the subject property down there above the power line.
I'll take this and this as well, because you want that staying with that. Now, I'm going to try this here. I'm not sure it's going to work. I'm going to change space. See, the reason I don't know it's going to work because I have some things that are completely outside of this frame.
Yeah.
But it may do it. So if I type change space, CH space, set the target viewport active and press enter to continue. That didn't make sense. All right, let me try this one more time. That. But it's also whether or not this will work. All right, one, two.
Two lines down at the bottom. Two joiner lines down at the bottom.
Okay, now set the target viewport active and press enter. I don't think you can set it active. All right, now, see, it scaled it by a factor of 2,000 to maintain visual appearance. So let's see. That was just ludicrous.
Yeah,
and that put it up in that upper viewport too. So anyway, all right, we'll leave those there for now. But here's where you should have done that, is over to here, and you would have simply again, it's an annotation thing, and it's under survey text, and it's this adjoiner text. And well, first of all, when you do that, defaults, here's where your building dimensions go. Here's your offset dimensions at your ties. Your building dimensions are your outline measurements and adjoiners. So it's going to go on this layer, this text style scalar. And right now it's set for center justification. Now, do you want it centered or do you like them left?
For now, left.
All right, so left, and make sure you check that so that you get the same deals. And that's really all you get for that. We'll say okay. And now, so what you would do is, let's switch to that layer, which is all the way up here to the top, a joiner, either a joiner or joiner text. Doesn't matter which. Although I may put the line work on a joiner and a joiner text the labels. And so when we're doing that, I'm going to draw a 2D poly, and I'll just use my current drawing properties, which is a joiner, bilayer, 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 say okay. And if I go to that, now I'm not, I know these are, you know, possibly some other direction or whatever, okay.
Continuation curve.
Oh, okay. Now that's a polyline, so I'm not going to do that. So what I would do is, because that is a true arc, I would, let's draw a circle. And it asks me to pick the center point or a point number or blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to say shift right click, or I would go up here and grab, or it's already running. So center snap. So I'm going to snap to the center of that circle. So that's the same center. And then I'm going to click on the end point there. So now that's exactly coinciding with that. Okay. Now I need to break this circle and just, I'm going to chop it off somewhere in here, right?
Yeah.
So you know how to break a line or a circle or anything? All right.
Well, I saw a command over here on the right.
Yep.
That said break.
Yep. That's one way. And it's also, remember, anything, if you've already got something drawn, you need to change it, you need to manipulate its geometry. It's almost always available on the edit menu. Whereas if you don't have something and you need it, it's going to be on the draw menu, right?
Okay.
So if you're going to edit, and we come down here and sure enough, there's break. Now, this is like at the selected point or select an object, give it 2 points. These are the same commands that they have over here, standard CAD type commands. But you can see some of the others. If I say break at intersection, then select the line, arc, or polyline. So I'll choose this guy. Cannot break a circle. Oh, okay. I'd have to have a hole in it. If it were, if it weren't a continuous circle, you say break it at intersection, it would pick wherever it intersected these other objects. But all right, so that's, anyway, there's just some other things there. So the easiest thing to do that I would do is I would say, I would just do this break. Okay, and look at your prompt, select entity to break, it's this one. Now, what happens in the break command is when you click an entity, it reads that as the first point that you want to break. See, so you notice right there at the prompt, it says second break point. So it by default takes that as the first break point. But one of the options there is first break point / second break point. So if I type F, because that's the capital letter in that option, hit enter, it's now going to let me back up and give it a new first break point. Now it already knows it's breaking the circle, but I want it to break at that corner. So I'm going to break it at this endpoint. You see how I'm hovering there and the endpoint comes up. So I'm going to break it here And it wants to know a second breakpoint. Now watch, as I'm going to take it all the way around basically to right in here. Oops, that's going to be 2. If I do it that way, it's going to go the other direction. So I'm going to just put it in here somewhere. So now when I look at that, you see it goes from here all the way around to there. And now at this point, I can just grab that arrow and walk it around. Yeah, it's doing the wrong thing. Sorry, here, let me grab this. Let's see. Near. There it is. So I grabbed that arrow, which lets you set where the arc starts and stops.
Okay.
All right. Now, and that's just pure CAD. Okay. That's not a Carlson thing.
Okay, then we've got to do it on the other side too, the cul-de-sac.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to let you drive.
Okay.
I'll talk you through it. So to match that circle, there you go. And look at what your prompts are asking you for.
Okay. 3 point. 2
Nope.
point.
Back all the way up. Back all the way to the left. What's it ask for?
Pick center point.
Right there. So the center point is the one we want. We've already got a circle drawn. So if we draw from that center point, so we have to make sure we have our center snap on, which you do.
That's the center snap there.
That is correct. And so if you now, but look what it's doing first. You see, when you do that, the endpoint comes up first. So go up there and click that center again. Now pick it. Okay, there's the center point. And it wants to know either a diameter or a radius or whatever. But if you drag the mouse, move it back and forth, you see you're stretching it. Now, you see you've hit that line and it finds the end point of that arc over there. So as long as it goes through that, it's
on the mouse.
Yes, correct. Just click on it and now you got it. Now you gotta trim it off. You gotta open up a hole in it first. Yeah.
Break command.
Correct. Yep.
Do I send it to the break?
Yeah, and just break there and then go a little bit around on the waist side of it.
Waist side?
Yeah. But you now, yeah.
This side?
No. You're trying to open a gap. And so when you click it, that's the first point. Okay. So now you've clicked, well, all right, that worked, but be careful when you hover the mouse over stuff. I notice.
I don't know what I did.
All right, here's what you did is you said break and you clicked here. Okay, and now it wants to know a second point, and then you were over here. See when you're on it, you see what's lighting up?
Yeah.
It's the center. You see, because you're on it. If you get near it, then it reads that. So you have to be careful. And sometimes when that O snap is on and you don't need it to be on, come up here and hit that X up here and it clears them until you go to the next command. Okay. So now you've got that hole. So now we need to adjust where that line starts and stops. So click on the circle or the broken circle. Now grab that arrow and go. Yeah, come on back around to. Yeah, just click anywhere in there for now. Now we still though need to run it. Where does it need to be?
on that point.
Well, you've already got the line here from the
Yeah,
green line.
all the way back to that point.
Yeah. So grab the arrow now. You could probably grab the grip and move it too. But grab the arrow. All right. That's all right. You've got the grip. That's okay. So go over here now and get near this end point.
Like,
Yeah, as long as it's the right end point. Looks like it is. Well, that didn't work. Let's undo that here a second. Let's undo. Now, so if you do this, and then if we pick this guy up and move it to there, no, that tries to redraw the circle. Yeah, so that's not going to work. So what we need to do is grab the arrowhead, and now we should be able to walk it back to there. So go ahead and click. There you go, perfect. Okay. Yeah, and if you need to make that any bigger, you can just, do it. Sorry. Just select it here and just arbitrarily, take it out as far as you need to take it. Okay. All right, now.
so go ahead and save now. Just be in the habit of it.
Yep.
Okay, now one thing I need to do is to label this road, the road name.
Okay. And now here's a great example of us being able to use that text along a polyline.
Yeah. So go up text.
Well, the first thing to do is let's draw the polyline, and well, let's see, let's change. Let's go from a joiner. We should have like a general annotation kind of thing. All right, well, we'll just make a layer here. If we go to our layer, we make a new, and we're going to call this annotation. And while we're here in model space, I'm going to, let's see, what color have we not really done much of? Let's use that one. And we'll make it our current by double clicking. And now, how wide is that right of way? Like 60 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to draw a polyline like so, using a current. We'll say okay, and I'm going to start here, and I'm going to say, well, that's an arc, so A for arc. Hang on a second. I may have something a lot more fun for you than that. I can't remember if it does it in Carlson or not. I got to try it. If I go from there to there, to there, and let's stop at the midpoint here. Okay. So now here is, you see where the grips are?
Yeah.
Starts here, here, here. But you notice this is the circle, okay?
Yeah.
But I started at one endpoint and I went all the way to the other endpoint, and yet that's not a circle. But AutoCAD and hence IntelliCAD now has this great new way of editing polylines with the grips. I'm going to leave that selected. I'm going to talk you through it and let you get a sense of this.
Okay.
If you hover the mouse, don't click it, just hover over that grip. And you see the grip in the middle is a little short dash. It's not the square.
Yeah.
Okay. When you hover over that, that little menu comes up and you can stretch, or you can add a vertex, or you can convert to an arc. And that's what we want to do, is convert to an arc. And when you do that, now move the mouse back and forth. You see what it's trying to do is it's asking you where you want that arc to get nailed down to. So, you know, if you are, you know, if you're out in here, you see you can do it that way. So it doesn't matter, but we already know where it's going to go. You see, I'm sitting there and you see it snap to the end point.
Yeah.
So click left mouse button and you've now set that as an arc. And you've just edited the polyline without doing a bunch of circular math. Now, we have that sitting right on that edge and it's 60 feet wide. So if we go 30 feet off of that, we'll be relatively in the center line of the road, correct?
Yeah.
But we need to make it a true offset. We can't make it, we can't just copy it, move it over. We've got to offset it, right? So we're going to run just a standard offset. And you can either get that on the edit menu or also on that vertical toolbar because it's a standard CAD tool. Okay, there you go. Now read your prompts. It says, if you press enter, that means a through point, but we're going to type a distance. So we're going to just type 30 and hit enter now to enter that. Now, which side do you want to go to? And that means click. There you go. Perfect. You click there. Now leave that there and hit enter. And now go back and click on the one that we drew right on top of the other one. Right there. Click on it once and press delete.
Oops, I hit delete twice. No, I didn't. I guess I'm okay.
Okay, now, so now we have a piece of arc over there that we could. Are you going to draw the other side of that 60 footer, or you're just going to?
Well, I should draw that rather than depends. Are we going to use this? Where am I going to put the text, from the center?
Well, what I was going to say, we have something that's going to mimic that road, and that's where we should draw that text along the polyline now. Okay.
Okay.
So let's choose, and we'll just draw it on that that polyline. We don't. I was going to say, if you're going to draw the other side of it 60 feet away, then you want to get sort of.
I don't think I have room to do that. I was just going to label.
That's what. Yeah, and
right
it's yeah, and it's not. That's all you need to do is just label it, I think, and you'll be fine. So there you go. Text on the polyline, and now select that text up there and change it to whatever that road name is. Okay, now instead of where it says text plot size, now you're going to put however big you want that in inches over on your paper. The next field under that where it says text plot size there. Yeah. See, we changed it to try to work in paper space, but now that we're back where we're supposed to be, it's going back to our thinking of plotted inches. So select that, select the whole thing so it's, or okay, you can do it that way too, but however big you want that in inches on the paper.
Well, what do you recommend?
Well, what isn't it? Does it tend to be? Do you tend to make them?
A little bit bigger than the other text.
Yeah. So
Similar to the bearings and distance line text.
which I don't know what size you use for those, but I would say like maybe 0.125 or maybe even 0.15. But
Let's see what 1.15 looks like.
all right, yeah, you can always change it if you want. Now, and then no wait, yeah, we'll fix that. But first on the text offset scaler,
yeah,
again, it's a scalar. Also, like the word plot size, think plotted inches. So this is how many inches do we want it to be offset from that center line, and you can make that 0, or you can just say 0.1 or whatever you want to call it. Just make it 0 is fine. Now you are on a layer called annotation. Remember we just did? So check the box above that where it says use the current. There you go. All right. And now here's let's finish filling out the dialog box. When it says slide text on the screen, that means instead of having it start all the way back on the left, it's going to let us pick where we want it to start. Okay, so we'll do that. And now, do you want this to be hanging under that line we just drew, or sitting on top of it, or just walking right along the middle of it? That's what your above, below, and on means.
Okay.
So choose whatever you want. Okay. And I think you're ready to go. So say okay. So first I want you to pick the polyline. So let's pick that blue polyline. Okay. Now it says pick a point for a slide. Now keep in mind you've got a snap on. So go up here in that top bar and hit that X. No. Go up here in the toolbar, right? Yeah, hit right here. See that clear?
Yeah.
You want to clear because you don't want to snap to anything. You're just going to show it wherever you want that to start. Now, maybe it's perfect where it is, but wherever you click this next is where it's going to redraw your text. Okay. And wherever you want it. And if you want it, yeah, so like that.
Yeah.
All right. And now you're done. The command is still running for you to pick another one, but you're done. So you're going to hit enter. And now you can select that polyline and throw it away. Okay. Now select that word, that E, select the letter E from that word. Now see what it is over in the properties? It's a block. It's not a piece of text. It's a block.
Okay.
And if you double click it, you see it tries to run a block editor. Yeah. Okay, it's not text, so hit cancel there. However, it does have some other properties. So if you click it one more time, select it, and let's look at the properties that you can change. Scroll down. I wondered if it's going to. Nope, that's as far down as it is, right? There's no further things below.
Right.
So you could change, where it starts, I guess. You could change its scale. You can layers and all that kind of stuff. Now visibility, yeah, it's called block visibility. It's not anything you can mess yourself up with that. Just be careful. All right. So, but you can't really change the text height or anything here. I think if you want to change that kind of stuff, you have to do that again. You have to do that command again. Now, compare that with, if I said, oops, sorry, draw text on polyline. Copied that. Now, that's the Carlson tool, and it worked, as you can see, pretty nicely. There's also an Express tools. I think there's certainly text. There's arc. Maybe it's text fit. No. You could do arc aligned. So select an arc or an arc aligned text, and it may not work because it's a polyline. Unable to use that. All right, well, it doesn't matter. It's just an alternate way of doing stuff, but it sometimes lets you change things like text ID. It carries the extra properties. So anyway, so you've got the road now laid in there. You've got these property lines, and if they're far enough out. Now let's look back over here, and you see, and if this frame should happen to move, those words are going to move right along with it.
Well, it's interesting though that a joiner line on the left there is a straight line, not an arc.
That's the one that you drew in paper space. Is it not?
I don't think I drew one in paper space. But, oh, I think you drew one in paper space, and I said it's not a line, it's an arc.
No, I thought, okay, no, there's nothing there. Okay, yeah, so, all right, so here's what's going on with that. It's the old AutoCAD bad programming. It really is an arc, but because of the scaling and the display list calculations, it needs to be regenerated, because it's like you've seen circles look like stop signs before.
REGEN.
Yep, or just REA does a regenerate all.
Okay.
There, see how that happens. Now, I had a poor kid in class once years ago. He couldn't figure out for the life of him why he kept zooming in, and he was doing road designs in a subdivision, doing some road layouts, and he would have center lines that would intersect into a curve, and so he would do an extend or a trim to, you know, to make sure that the end of this intersecting line landed right on that curve. And then he would zoom into it, and it says, oh, it still didn't meet it. It still, every time I keep doing it, and it fixed, and that was what was happening, is because it's drawing the circle on the cheap. So it's drawing little flat segments to make the circle. Now it does it over here. You know, why it did this one and kept it and didn't do that one, I'm not sure why, other than maybe because this is part of a polyline, I'm not sure. But anyway, so that's, and there's also that line there as well. But
Okay,
notice,
how come that line, the arc line on the left there, looks like it's going to the center of the point instead of stopping at the edge?
that was the very next thing I was going to show you. And if you look at this one, you're going to see it does the same thing too.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and remember these, remember how we did that?
Yes, I do.
And we had a, what's part of that point symbol is a thing called a wipeout, right?
Yeah.
And so this line actually really does go through that circle, but the wipeout's sitting on top of it.
Oh, I see.
So this line, this arc that we just drew, needs to go underneath that point symbol, or the point symbol needs to come up above this arc.
Yeah.
Either way. Now, you can do it here, but you'd have to double click inside of here. So let's just go back to model space and find it the same way. So now there it is. And I see your frames are on, which is okay, I guess. How many points do you have in there? You're showing 2 points, point number 1 and point 306.
Yeah.
Is that intentional?
Well, what happened is that I had a design flat, and I went out and did a localization from
Yeah.
from the grid to the flat. So the point number 1 was a point that I tried to hold. So
Mm-hmm.
they should be almost identical.
Yeah, they are. But what I'm saying is, do you want to show them in your map, whether they're identical or really, really close? Do you want to show them both?
Them, are they?
What's that?
On the paper drawing, they aren't showing them both, are they?
Thought they did. Maybe not. Ah, very good. All right, but now you see how that looks like a bunch of stop signs there?
Yeah.
That's a slightly, excuse me, that's a slightly different phenomenon. That's because those frames are on. And whoops, wipe out frame right there. And we want to make it 0. Then we'll regen all again. Now you see what the difference?
Yeah.
Because when we were there, when we saw the frame of the wipeout, and sometimes it's convenient to be able to see it, when you you know, if it's visible, the frame of that wipeout, then it's going to be visible, you know, over here when you know, it's going to be as if the plotter tried to plot it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now back to fixing this. We need to bring that wipeout. Now remember, the wipeout is part of the point.
Yeah.
So we can either select the point and bring it over top of the line that we drew, or we can take the line that we drew and put it underneath the wipeout, or even put it underneath everything, which is what I would do, in the sense that it's a really you know, it's not very important. It's a subservient type of line.
Right.
So I would select that guy right there, click on it once. And because everything is on that layer and the other line is an arc 2, I would right click the mouse and choose select similar, which is 3rd from the bottom. So it says down here at the screen, built a selection set with two objects. So now it's you see that's selected, this is selected.
Okay.
So now right click the mouse while they're selected and go down to the last command in the last, or the next to last block, where it says draw order, and let's send to back. There you go. Now go back to your paper space and zoom into those corners and you'll see it. Now do a regen, REA. You know, get in that habit. You're going to have to regen all the time, because when something happens and if it doesn't look right, before you think it's broken, do a regen. All right. So Now the reason that that arc did not go underneath that wipeout to begin with is because we drew it after we drew the wipeout. So these things are just like you're painting on a canvas. You put the wipeout down and then you pick up the thing a week later and you start drawing an arc. Well, it's going to wind up, our pencil is going to obviously go on top of the wipeout. That's why you have that command to change the draw order, right?
Right.
So good concept. All right. So that's good to go. Now back to model space. Now,
I
if
have
you
a question about this, and I tried to do this and failed. Well, you can't see it here, and I guess that's the problem.
all right,
But when I labeled these two things down here, one is a building that's going to be demolished, and the other one's
Yeah.
a concrete slab. But I was trying to put
All right.
leaders on those,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
I could identify what I was pointing to.
Okay.
But
So-
I couldn't get it to work.
All right. Well, let's do that. Now, these are in paper space. They really need to be in model space. So I'm just going to take those two guys, select them, and hit delete.
Okay.
And we'll go back to model space now. And making sure we're still on the annotation layer, we are. Right. Now, what that is called with that leader, that is called either a multi-line, not multi-line, but multi-leader or a leader. And it's actually a specialized form of a dimension. And again, remember what we are,
Under the draw menu.
yeah, because we don't have it, we want to draw it. Now, if we were to go all the way to the bottom of the menu, all the way down, see that dimensions? We can do it there. You see the leader is the last one there.
Yeah.
And that just uses the standard CAD dimension leader.
Okay.
But go back up to the last, or to the command, at the pull right that's just above wipeout. There you go. Now, these are all your other cool things that Carlson gives you. You can play with all those extra ones later at some point. That leader with text, I think the problem with some of these is it may or may not let you have a landing, that horizontal landing zone.
Mhm.
But try it. Try that. Yeah, there you go. All right, so let's look at the options. Show and start up. The text will be automatic. It's automatic justified. It's going to be horizontal. All right, Jordan, I would click up here on that second thing where it says use M text. Right there. Yep. And you see to the right of that first line where it says curved leader.
Yeah.
That's if you want it, you can make them curved. If not, if you like them, straight pointing arrow and that kind of stuff. Now, where it says landing style,
Yeah.
where it says none. So if you have your arrow going up at a 45-degree angle, it's going to stop at that 45-degree angle. But if you pull that down and choose a horizontal tick, it's going to put that little tick across. If you said underline, it's going to underline the entire string of text. So you might not want to do the whole thing. I think horizontal tick is most common. Text size is 0.08. Arrow size is 0.08. Those are all very good. Use the current drawing properties is checked. The text input can be prompt or use a preset text. And if you click the use preset text, then you could type it
In here.
in there, yeah,
Text.
up front, yeah, or you could simply, if you keep it on prompt, is what it does is once you draw the arrows, it's going to give you a chance to type it in, okay? So say okay, yep, and see that where it says option size, pick arrow location. So you want to pick where you want the arrowhead to touch. Maybe it's that corner, or maybe it's in the middle of the thing without touching the corner.
Point.
Okay. Say what?
It says to
Yeah.
the
So 2 point. Now that means, all right, so that's where it's going to start. Now move the mouse up and to the right a little bit. Keep going a little bit more. And then, you know, I would, well, I mean, scroll out a little bit so I can see more of the drawing. See, okay, so yeah, right in there. So anywhere, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do it so close that it's just a little tick mark. Yeah, stretch that open to the right and now start typing your text. What was that? And zoom back into it so you can see it with the wheel. Just roll the wheel. There you go. And that says building to be demolished or something. Now don't worry about this right yet. We'll fix this in a minute. All right, if that's, yeah.
Oh.
All right, and, oh, no, not, I'm sorry, not enter, I'm sorry. Hit backspace. Now hit the OK button, which is over to the right of this bar, right?
Okay.
Yeah, right there. There you go. Now, if you, why I said don't worry about that text is that you can always do that, right? Now you see there's no text, there's no landing zone there. I don't know why.
What's a landing?
That's that little horizontal tick that we just, get that loaded up in case I need to use it. See, a landing would be, maybe you have to do it.
A little tick.
Yeah, yeah.
Arrow. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So now see, this is a piece of text and this is a leader. So if we, let's try that command again. We did leader. See, we're supposed to be a horizontal tick. Text size, 0.08, arrow size. Use the current, all right. So see, this should be, if I go, you know, up far enough. Yeah, see, there it is. So now I'm going to say that, and I'll either pull this like this, or I can take it out however you want it.
Okay.
Now, once this is done, so you can always position things as you need, you know, move those around. Now, the problem is if you need to move this, you know, and this together, if you need to rearrange that, it's right now, that's just, it's just, I mean, it is a leader, but that's all it is just a leader.
Right.
It's not keyed to the text the way it could be. So if we were to do it, and I'm not sure if this will do it differently. Let's see, format. And spline straight. First line of annotation. Let's look for the options. So what did we call that? What is that building? What is that thing called?
Concrete pad.
Let's. All right, now.
C-O-N-C pad.
Okay. Did you put a period?
No, they know what it means.
Yep. Okay. Now, do you see what happened here?
Yeah.
Look at this. You see?
Yeah.
So that's the CAD way of doing it. But here's the other thing about the CAD way of doing it. When you move the text, the arrows go with it.
Yeah.
All right. So I think it's going to be easier for you, Mike, if you use that Carlson version.
Yeah, I think so too.
And then just remember that they're two different pieces of stuff.
Right.
Now there may be an option. Try this real quick.
Which one was that again?
That was under leader.
Leader.
And we chose leader with text.
Leader with text, yeah. Okay.
But if we do multi-leader, you see something here. There's compass and left. I want to make this annotated.
Is there advantage to doing this and just doing the other command?
Well, there is when you start it, there is if you do it separately. The problem is all these defaults were all out of whack, and I was trying to get it to the advantage is, and it's not going to be one necessarily to deal with. The advantage is that it keeps this, like if I select that and then move it, the arrow stretches along with it and all that. So, you know, just And I have the option of whether I want to draw it, to the midpoint of the first line or, things like that. So just use that one. I don't want to confuse you too much. So let's go back to, go back to your draw menu, and you're going to say concrete pad. So we're going to do it again. So draw leader, not text, but leader. There you go. And you're going to do leader with text. And you can leave those like they are. Now zoom out a little bit, or yeah, whenever you get, just so you can see it. There you go. Click there, and I mean, you may be too far away there. Just, yeah, like right in there. And now type your CONC pad. Okay. Now, once you're used to having done those kind of things, let's say if I needed to move this, say up in here for a bit, okay, because it was in the way of something, I want to move a little closer. So I need to grab this. So what happens is if I move this up, to right in here, well, then I got to move this up.
So I can just do it all over again.
Yeah, you could, but that works too. I'm just saying that's because it's decoupled, then, just be creative with your editing. You'll be all right.
I'm going to do a
So,
save just because I'm paranoid.
yeah, good job.
Okay, then there are a couple of other well, I can't, we don't have the adjoiners on this drawing. I guess I can do that. I can't copy them from the paper space and then go to the model space and paste, can I?
No, I don't. Well, there's a possible way. Let me try it first before I walk you down the dark alley.
I mean, the advantage of it is that the way I set this up is like you did. I put all this stuff over here. So
yeah,
like this text here. See, I just copied that and I clicked it on every place where I needed to have an adjoiner, and then I went
and then
back
you
and
edited
filled
it.
in the
Yeah,
blank.
right.
I can't do that in model space.
Well, you can, but that means this is sitting somewhere on the ground,
Right.
So you're right in that regard. And the same thing happens here when we do it in, if we do this, and I'm going to try this bit. If I, all right, so I've copied that to the clipboard. I'm going to try pasting it here in a minute. So, if I paste, here, so yeah, it's there. And I see that it has a rotation of E. So I need to make that match my screen rotation. So that's, see, that has 0 rotation
Right.
coming out of the paper, right? So I need to make sure that that is rotated the right direction for this. Now, here's how we do that. I can't, without knowing what that exact angle is, or I could, match, try to go through all kinds of rigmarole, snap to this, snap to that, trying to find out what the angle is. If you just go up here, you got one that's in place correctly, select it, and then come over here, see that rotation right there?
Yeah.
Select it, now do a copy, right click, copy. Now click that adjoiner and go to, no, look, escape, escape, escape. Now click the adjoiner. You still had the other one. I didn't want you to, you still have the other one selected. So now go to that rotation and paste. And then hit enter so that it reads it. There you go. Now move it as you need. You can also stretch the corners and all that kind of stuff. Now, okay, go ahead.
Escape.
No, click or press because you're dragging it. So press the mouse button. Okay.
No,
Now, yeah. Now go back to the paper space and I'll show you what's going on. You're going to, you see, well.
so what I could have done, or what I could do in the future is, if I want to put that in model space, put this to the clipboard and go in and enter it everywhere where there's an adjoiner, and then go there and fill in the information.
Right. Right.
But I have to get one piece of text somewhere,
well,
pointing in the right direction.
yeah, but I'm going to show you something here in just a second. We're going to set up, and I'll do this for your template. Now this, you're still seeing this from the paper space. If I go to model space, well, this is in my model space, but I don't see that. You see that the letter CO should be right underneath that 0.305.
Yeah.
And C should be right over that last power pole.
Yeah.
See, there's not there. Now that's not the same thing that you're looking at.
Okay.
Okay. In fact, we'll put it off here to the side in a second. Now, the reason I can't see it, I think, is because its insertion point is not within. See, now I can see it.
Yeah.
But as long as if I take this, as long as that insertion point stays inside my frame, I can see it. Now, if I move that from here to there, okay, so I could see part of it. See how it clips it off?
Yeah.
Now, what that means is you're going to need to change this frame to be able to see those things in the model space, if that's where you want them to go. Okay.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe for this first drawing, since I've already done it this way, just leave them in paper space and hope for that.
I agree exactly, but I wanted you to see that mechanism. Now, what I wanted to also show you, this is this always going to be, it's going to be the owner's name, right?
Yeah, tax map and parcel number and deed book and page number.
Okay. So we could make this into a block by, let's see, this is, if I convert that, let me copy it first. If I explode that, does it make 3 pieces of text? Yes, okay. So We can do multiple lines. Let's see. No, that's just all right. So left standard.
Okay, we don't want to put N or F. In West Virginia, you can get in trouble if you do that.
All right.
They use that as prima facie evidence that you haven't done your research.
That's interesting. Makes sense too. Say 0.1. And actually, I'm gonna, do we have slant? There we go. And that's all good to go. Say okay. Now, did you want those bigger than a tenth?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now, so I'm going to do another attribute definition. I'm going to call this one TMP, and it's going to be tax map parcel number. Left and slant, and 0.1 to be annotative, and below previous attribute definition. And then finally, DBP, deed, book, and page. Now, what you're seeing here is not, you won't see this in the drawing. This is just a default placeholder. But how do you normally show those? Do you always put TM and then DB?
Yeah.
And you have the backslashes, is that right?
No, I don't have any backslashes.
I'm looking at that sample map you gave me.
Oh, that's the way he did it. I don't do it like that.
Okay, good. So how do you display yours? Do you normally put?
That's the way I've done it on this Plat.
Oh, I see. Well, wait a minute. I'm not. I can't. There we go. Do you? No spaces. You just put the letters right up against it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. That would be fine.
Save space.
What's that?
It saves space.
Yeah, it does. So what happens is when it comes with this block that we're making, see, and this is DB. I'm going to say DB, oops. With this block that we're making, when you enter these, when you insert these, and the time, comes to label, you're either going to have to type TM10 space P93, or I can make two separate attributes, and I can have that letter TM and P and DB and P, they can already be there. And then all you would enter would be 10, 93, 1130, and 602. So either way, but for now, let's do this this way, because I want to show you this mechanism. Okay, so I've got owner, tax map and page, or tax map parcel, and debook page. So these are just attributes. Now I'm going to make a block. And I'm going to call it a joiner label. And it is the owner name, tax map, whoops, tax map, parcel, deed, book, page. Not doing any of that. The base point will be here. Entities I'm going to no, let's say pick the base point. The base point I'm going to make the insertion point of here. Okay. The entities I'm going to select right here. All right, so I now have just made a new block. Here's how this is going to work. So if I select that right there, you see it says over here it's a block reference, and I gave it no anything. But once it's in, I could edit it, and you see, sorry, I can edit that, and I see that there's a block, a joiner label, and right here's his values. Now, if I click on any one of these, you see what it's showing me down here?
Yeah.
So instead of Smith, or instead of Jones, you know, maybe this is Smith and wife. And this would be, oh, that's what I'll fix back. I'm going to make that, you know, TM 1350 P 87. And then I click here, and that's DB. And now here I can just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So now that would be what that would look like. Okay. But I'm going to at redef into the name of the block, which is, crap, I keep forgot what I called it. A joiner label. Okay. So I'm going to redefine the attribute. And by the way, don't take notes on all this. This is higher end stuff. You don't need to worry about it. But once it's in your template, you need to know how to use it. So enter the name of the block was a joiner label. Oops. So the name of that block, it is indeed a joiner label. And joiner, maybe I have to put quotes on it. Select objects for the new block. Wait a minute. I want to redefine this. What the? Well, here's the best way of doing that. All right. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So prompt. And it's going to be TM 123 space P 123. Now,
That, yeah. Let me turn off cap lock.
no, it's on my end. Let's see, a joiner text label, that's fine. I'll select these entities here, here, and here. It will be annotative. Match the layout. So if you rotate the screen, it will flip around as it needs to. And we'll say, okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, perfect. Now, so now when you go to put your guys in here, your joiners. Let's see, what did we put this is on the joiner. So we're going to do it with a block. So scale rotation, multiple, let's see, I'm gonna do multiples. I'm gonna pick right here. And so you see what it's doing down there? It's asking me owner, grantee, and in brackets, Jones. Well, that's where I would type in Schoenstedt Instrument Company Incorporated. Tax parcel map, blah, blah, blah. I would say TM 10 P 27.3 and DB 1095 P92. Whoops. P92. Okay. Insertion point for the next block. I would put it, right here. And right here. Okay. So,
except you'd be doing that in model space.
yeah, you can do it in model space as well. Now, see, what I did was I typed that when I inserted it, I said multiple. That's why it pulled that up. Now,
How did you get that block command again?
I did it from. Let's go over here and see what we can see how it works over here as well. Again, because I don't have it in my drawing, I need it. I'm going to go to my draw menu to create it, and it's all the way at the bottom.
Insert.
Yeah. Now, Michael, are you very comfortable with, or do you use, like, these are all toolbars, but like with Microsoft Word and Excel, are you used to ribbons?
Yeah.
You might want to take a look at this ribbon interface at some point. Okay, it's there. I don't use it quite yet on this software just because I just had too much on my plate to learn yet another one.
I've got too much on my
So,
plate right now too.
yeah. So anyway, that's something to keep in mind. But all right, so now we're going to and you can just you can type the word insert, or you can choose it from the draw menu.
So I could make my title block. Well, my title block will be in, I mean, my company name and all that stuff should be in every drawing, right? It's part of the template.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so now the insertion point for the block will be, say, here. And now if I just hit enter 3 times, now you see what happened was it said to 0 rotation, so it rotated it 0 based on that world coordinate system.
Right.
But you can, remember we did this with its rotation. We can copy and change it here and do paste, or we're going to I want to
Okay.
No, that's your standard CAD entity rotate. I want to, I don't know if it's going to be here or not. If I rotate, see, it's not text, it's a block. Yeah, it's not going to do that. Let's see. There's a There is a command.
What's the difference between regen and redraw?
In the old days, and for the reason that they had both commands, is that a regeneration took a lot longer. See, the programmers didn't know how to do the most efficient graphics processing in the old days, because there was no real graphics memory to speak of in your computers. But so they came up with this clever little thing called a display list. And it was a list of everything in the drawing that is displayed. And since it's all vector based, for instance, when they had a circle to draw, they only had to store two pieces of information: the center point of that circle and its radius. Okay, so given that, they can generate a circle at whatever zoom level you are, because they know how big to make that circle based on those values. Now, when you're doing that as vector math, that's pretty quick mathematics, but to draw it onto a computer monitor or a printer or whatever, those are devices, those are raster devices, and they are, directly addressable pixel by pixel. And so they had to do that conversion to get that showing up on the screen. Well, when you build this display list, what that is it lists everything in the drawing that has to be displayed. And it figures out a range, a relatively small range, as it turns out, to at which circles look like circles. And they still drew them like stop signs because it was quicker to just flap down some line segments to approximate a circle, because if you're zoomed out far enough away from it, it doesn't look like a stop sign or a segmented thing. It looks round. Okay, so you can imagine the further out you are, they get really sloppy with those circles because your eye can't pick up the difference, and they don't have that much geometry to have to carry around, because they're simplifying that number of segments that make that circle.
Okay.
Whereas if you're zoomed in real tight, you see all those thousands of things. So a regeneration instead of a redraw just reads that display list and just runs through it real quickly.
Okay.
But a regeneration recomputes those display lists at whatever zoom level you are. That's why it takes longer. Now, with today's processing, you don't need to worry about it, because you've got the graphics memory, you've got the horsepower on your computer to be able to do it. Now, to the command I'm not finding. I know if you do those, it lets you, but I don't want, it's not a point I want to do. There was a maybe maybe it is on the rotate, but I don't think so. Pivot point, rotate by bearing. I don't think so. If I select this, all right, let's just do it this way for the moment. Now, anytime we're in a twist screen, you could do one of two things. You could restore due north, run the command, and then go back to that twist screen again. But I'm trying to keep you from having to do all that. The other thing is that you can say UCS. Oh, see, there's nothing. No. Well, here's the way around that, but you have to remember to do it. I'm not sure this sums. If I type UCS view, then that's gonna, you see where my east is now going to be. So now if I insert, there it is, insert my block. There we go. So it comes in square. And I would do another one, you know, say over here. And now you see I'm just blowing through them. I can answer the questions as they come up, or I can just blow through them. And then I just double click this guy and I can see each one of these lines. And you see my text is sitting here waiting on me. Yeah. Okay. But they become blocks. They're not, you know, it's not like this up here is a piece of text. It's a multi-line text, but either way. So that's something that we could do. And then if now what I was curious just to see, is this going to show up? There it is. And now you see you see how it's sort of grayish instead of The property lines should be nice and black, but they don't look like they are. That is resub. And resub is green. And the current viewport, it has no transparency. Okay. But yeah, what I would type, like this is a joiners. There's another no, actually it's here. That needs to go underneath. Now, because this is just a stick out here in paper space. See what I'm doing is I'm grabbed that grip and I'm going to put it right at the intersection. So I'm going to make sure I snap to the intersection of that line and that circle. And of course, it's not going to work. Oh, it's because it's, yeah, it's one's in model, one's in. One's in paper. So now what I would typically do is these guys, and I would set up my layers so that this is automatic, but those are my adjoining property lines, my adjoiners. But I'm going to, and I'll keep the layers the same, but I'm going to change their color. So when we plot, it's going to be not so heavy. And I'm going to change their line type. Do you remember what? What those other property lines? I don't remember the name of the line.
I don't either.
There we go. You know, whether that's how you wanted to do it or not, but when this I gotta pull this guy back. All right, so save. Now I need to also figure out what is that. It's 12B14. I think if we had here, I can change the layer. Let's see. I go to my and that was a joiner. Let me select it so I can see where I'm in the right column now. In that viewport, gray, default. Here we go, get a better chance at seeing it. Long dash, triplicate, dotted. I don't want dash dotted, I want dash. Long dash, double, short dash. Long dash, double, short dash.
It was up there, you passed it.
Well,
Size.
yeah, I mean, I just was looking, I was just looking at some other options to see if there were any better, and I don't see any. Maybe, let's see, that is Phantom 2. So now, and this one you can see, of course, see this goes over because I'm overlapping my vicinity map a little bit. So this arc right here actually goes, see, it chops off at the border, but it goes into your vicinity map. So you would probably want to either clip this off here where the overlap is, or we would pull that corner back.
Right there at that line.
Yeah, so, well, I don't have any way of knowing where it is here other than let me get this back. Let me get this in here. Come on, man, what's going on?
When we did that, weren't we in on the other drawing? If not.
No. See, I can't do it this way. Well, all right, so there you go. Now it no longer goes in there, even though my viewport is over, but just some little cosmetic stuff. Now,
How about dimensions on the lots?
okay, so that was using those and then using these, we'd have to have that. Now so what happens, Mike, is when you do all this stuff over here, this is going to go on a layer called adjoiners, maybe adjoining text, and you've got adjoiners for the lines. But there's going to be times maybe when you're plotting something and you don't want to see that in a plot. But instead of freezing the layers, plotting it, and then trying to remember to thaw it, you're going to leave everything thawed in model space, and then you're going to go to your sheets and you're going to double click inside what you're showing. And if you want something to freeze in here, let's say, for instance, I'm going to freeze let's freeze this layer. Okay, so now I froze the buildings, but I can see in my model space that my buildings are still there. There's no problem. It's just in this particular view, for whatever reason, I may want that to be frozen. I may also, instead of and it's a viewport condition. So there's that frozenness. And what's the 1, 2 down? Boundary is also frozen. Boundary? Yeah, there's yellow lines, okay. Yeah, so it's just some alternate means of controlling visibilities and things like that. Not a thing wrong with doing this stuff after the fact, but if this should ever move and you need that to go along for the ride, you need to do that in model space. Now, onto the dimensions of the lot dimensions. Now, as you said, or as you would imagine, remember our rule is that if we have something that needs to go along with things, if this viewport should happen to either A, change scale, or B, if we move it to a different location, or if we rotate it, then we're going to make sure that we do all that stuff in the model tab. I'm going to switch back to model, and I'm going to remember that I have this UCS. It's a temporary user coordinate system, not the world coordinate system. And it happens to be set so that I can get my labels to line up. And in fact, I'm going to give this a name by typing UCS. I'm going to type S as the option to save. And I'm going to give that a name, and it's going to be called my plant rotation. It didn't make, it's not like a deed. It's just paper rotation, let's call it. So that'll be a UCS. Now, I really like to stay and do most of my work in the world coordinate system. when and where possible. But if I'm doing something like inserting these blocks and I need it to go flat on the screen, then I need to have a temporary user coordinate system set up, which we now have. We have saved it, and it's called, as you can see from this question mark, here are all of them. So I'm currently in the world coordinate system. And then here's one of the saved ones. That was called paper underscore rotation. So I could type R to restore, paper underscore rotation. Now I'm right back there. I can put more blocks and labels in relative to the twist screen. And then go right back to the world coordinate system. So, all right. So next, when you're talking about lot dimensions now, Mike, are you talking about bearing and distance and curve data, or are you talking about the distance of the building off the lot lines?
No, the bearing and distance.
Oh, okay, good.
The area and lot number.
Yeah, yeah, got you. Okay, so we have, here is a closed polyline. It is on our layer called resub, and looks like that's the one that you've calced, and that is the correct lot configuration. Here is another one of the same same configuration, right? So a couple of things here is we have two parcels. They are closed polylines. They are perfect candidates for this auto annotation. But let's set up some annotation defaults first. So right now, how big do you want your text for your bearings and distances to be?
I have no clue. I have no experience doing that. I've never drawn a plat before.
All right, so if I look at the sample that you sent me, they're not terribly prominent. But that's a sort of a subdivision, sort of smallish layout looking. 0.125 is a little large, possibly, but we can always just go back and redo it. So let's leave it there and see what you think. All right, and if we use mtext, that means, well, you know what a multi-line text is, and we can resize things and have it wrap, do the word wrap and all of that. We will erase these previous layers, draw leaders to the endpoints on the lines. Those are your crow's feet. Do you typically do that?
No, I don't.
So I'm going to uncheck that. And same thing for arcs, spaces between the bearing and distance labels. Okay, I'm going to need to switch. Bear with me while I switch headphones. I just ran out of charge. Hang on. Okay, Mike, you still with me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you very well. Let me see here. Right now. Okay, so spaces between the bearing and distance labels. We put 3 spaces there, just as a default. So for the angle, we've got a layer of bearing text, the angle text, and that's the bearing, the text style. Actually, I'm going to put that as standard. Prefix, suffix, azimuth, suffix, degrees, minutes, seconds, angle separator, symbols. The bearing direction is going to be toward a particular way. So let's say by line work for now. Label the geodetic mean. Yes or no. Bearing labels normal, strip spaces, or add spaces. Let's leave it as normal for now. Strip 0 minutes and seconds. Label cardinal angles by name. No bearing leaders. Okay, so now that's good here. Bearing text. Standard. Standard. Distance with a foot mark. Um, Okay. Now for arcs, arc, like the same layer, same style, arc text spacing. So we're going around a circle. All right, that's all right. Arc angle decimals. A equals point deltas is half actual angle. Strip degrees leading 0. No, that's good. Series 0.08. Text also 0.06. 0.08, standard. Standard. All right. So I think this is all I need for that. And I'm going to save these in your settings file. And I'm going to call it Jeffco 01. Jeffco auto anno defaults. We can call it one later. All right, so that is that. We can load it later on if we need it. Now back to auto annotate this time, and now we got some further setup to do here. And that is, we've already established the style, the height, and the layers. Now we need to work on the layout. And here's my lines. So angle over distance, or if you want them all on the same side. So angle is above, distance is below. So if I say it is also above, so it would be the bearing and distance. Sure, how you want those, how do you want these to show, Mike? Bearing and distance along the outside of the line, or you want the bearing on the outside, distance on the inside, vice versa?
Yeah, typically I like the bearing on the outside and the distance on the inside, if that's possible.
Okay, yeah. And we simply change that to below. You see my little preview. So the bearing's going to go on it. Well, it's going to go on the outside, or it's going to go on the top of the line versus the bottom. Now it's going to depend on the direction the polylines are drawn in.
And I understand.
And so what happens is you quite often you'll have one, and there's a little command to just flip the text, and it'll take care of it for you. And that is right here's another one too, that this takes, see that says flip text for twist screen?
Yeah.
That will handle the problem we ran into with these blocks down here saying, no rotation. So this one reads the twist screen. In fact, if you should happen to, reorient this thing with a new twist screen, a different twist screen, whatever, if it always plots in when it creates to, as reading right, so that you're within that north to east quadrant as far as readability. So your text isn't upside down. So if you do a new twist screen and it goes beyond that readability, if you check that on, it will flip it as it happens. So interior, exterior, and deflection angles, use line tables. I'm going to say never for now, but that's something that can trigger that if the label is going to be shorter than a certain, plotted distance, or I mean, if it's trying to fit the label in, like how big is a bearing label at this size? I don't know the answer to that, but might
using curve table, do you think?
Well, very possibly. Or you could simply say, I want to show the arc, or I want to show the arc length and the radius of each of those, right there where they are. It's one of the others. So anyway, position types above and below, inside, outside for close. There we go. Inside over outside for closed polylines, which is what we have. Okay. Avoid label overlap, all that good stuff. It's easier to just move it. Now, here's where I was saying. These are all of the things that you have available in your arc data. You have the length, the radius, the delta, the chord angle, which is the bearing of the chord length. You can read all those. You're familiar with that. So we're going to choose which ones we want to see. Here you see I've got the arc length, the radius, and the delta are the only three things that I'm going to see with this particular setup I'm talking about. So we're not plotting the chord bearing or length, and we're not doing the tangent, degree of curve, and the external and all that. There are some things that certainly can be calculated. All right. If I say use a symbol for the delta angle label, that means it's going to actually draw a triangle as a delta. Right. And I can say I'm not using any of those. So A equals, or is it A? I've always done it as L.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now it's on row 1, row 2, row 3 on the inside, or let's see, the length and radius. Trying to see if there's any sense in trying to get that all wrapped around one edge. I don't think so. All right, let's.
That little curve that I'm worried about.
Well, at that point, we're going to use this curve table so that it does kick it out. Okay. All right, so now if I am, one is inside. It needs to go outside like that. Yep. Then row 2 is on, or I'm sorry, radius is on row 1 on the inside and row 2 on the inside. All right. And use some from delta combined common radii. So curve tables by scalar, let's say 0.75. That means if it's going to try to label that curve, and the label, the geometry of what it's trying to label is not going to fit within a certain size, then we can give it this cutoff value here. That's my 2 curve table scalar. Means this number of plotted inches for the geometry I'm trying to label, if it's that or smaller, it's going to go to the curve table. Okay. So you should see those happening. Now, I also see do I need to see? I don't think I typically need to see delta, do I?
What do you mean, Stephen?
I mean, I'll have them, but I mean, if I'm just labeling it around my, what I'm saying is if I said none, I've got the arc length and I've got the radius.
Well, I think you need 3 elements of the curve to complete the whole thing, don't you?
Yeah, I was going to say that we could put the table down as well if you wanted to maybe put that. Well, we'll leave it there. Display first row with table reference. So starting table 1. Okay, so what else do we have here? We have stacked labels. So arc, radius, delta. Curve data, where'd it go? Let's see. I'm sorry, Mike. I know you're sitting there probably bored out of your gourd as I'm trying to come up with these. I'm trying to figure how much to, there are teachable moments here that you need to know how to do this yourself. But I also, we can't take all day as we're doing this. This is why I need to set up this kind of stuff and have it ready to go. And I just want to make sure they're going to be what we want. Dimensions. All right, we'll try these. Let's take this off. There's 1, 2, and 3. So stacked arc. Now, what these stacked arc labels are is you have a command after you've done this that you can say move, or you can label the arc by stack, and it's like, remember the move point attribute with the leader, how it drags those point attributes up and puts them in a left justified block of text.
Yeah.
Well, that's what this does too, but we're just trying to set up the behavior. So, all right. So we'll say that's okay for that. Take a look at what we have here. Oh, let me see what I need to fix. Okay.
It ended up with the.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Ended up with the bearings and distances on the opposite side of the line, and it told it to draw.
Right. That's because of the direction that polyline was drawn in. I'll show you. We'll fix that in just a second. I wanted to fix a couple of somethings here. Let's see, report is half, right? It's arc. Arc angle. Okay. I'll try that one more time. We will do the auto annotation this time. Setting this, I wanted to, if we use a symbol for the delta angle, then we need to say that, not D equals, but that. All right. And are we ever going to, let's use a line table too, might as well. Line table is, let's do it by scalar. And let's say 1.2 2. It will go to that. I will save auto annotate. I'm not sure exactly what the difference between that and the other one I just saved is, but we'll find out. Let's see. So lines, arcs, yeah, I think it's arc is equals. Okay, stacked. Use a symbol for delta, and that means take this out. All right, so arc dimensions, chord angle length, radius in, radial bearing in, radius out, or radial out. Now, because here are cleared by layer, I think that'll be sufficient. So if I say okay now, and I choose that polyline that we had again, all right, so we've got, as you saw, the bearings are on the inside instead of the outside. And if you look at this one, well, it's still on the inside. So gosh, looks like maybe they've fixed all that. So if I were to either reverse that polyline direction, let me try that first. If I reverse, no, see, that's still, put that in there. So auto annotate defaults. Angle. It's not that, it is here. All right, I had inside outside for closed. I still want that, but I just need to switch this and this. Well, it doesn't make sense. All right, let's try. Did we do that? So if I try that now, it's going in the right direction. Let's hope. Hmm. There's something somewhere that's causing this. Let's see. Use M-text. Draw leader standpoints. Nothing there. Angle. My line work. Try this a minute. Decimal, single person is always constant distance. There's some place. I'm pretty sure it's in here. All right, so lines, one above, one below, inside, outside for closed polylines. If that's unchecked, maybe that's all I need to do. Above and below, that should work. And then this is should be okay. And if it doesn't do it this time after, there it is. Okay. And yet we have that. All right, that should be all right. Now again, remember, Michael, once these are done, they're just pieces of text. You can pick them up and move them and slide them and all of that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a block reference there. And so there's no real edit to it. All right, so now that's done, and we can do that one again. Auto annotate, and then choose this guy. Whoops. Okay, now here's what I wanted to show you. When I do that, if I, oops, I should have moved that. All right, so there's my little curve. What was it? See when I selected by crossing that piece of text, it tells me I actually have two pieces of text.
Yeah.
Okay. So once that's done, and the reason that happened, by the way, obviously, is that one well, don't reverse your polylines because it makes you have to do this over again. Anyway, that's it's because there's actually two lines there.
Yeah,
so that's there. Now I'm gonna excuse me. I wasn't paying attention when this came about. And we'll fix that over in Paperspace if we need to. All right, so C1, and if I look up here, There's my C1. Okay. And now finally, we want the areas. And we're going to go to area layouts. And when we do these, because you have closed polylines, I'm going to choose area by closed polylines. Choose one, choose the other. Okay.
Okay.
But let's set some defaults up. And right now we've got a lot description, which means like 1, 2. And we're going to show square feet. We're going to show acres. Anything else out of this list of availables over here do you need?
I don't think so.
All right. So now we're going to do some settings here. We can tell it to use mtext, which is what I've got right there. Erase previous labels, always a good thing. If something changes, so you don't get multiples and wonder which is correct. Label placement to the center or the rear side.
No, this is the same thing. Once it's been created, it's just text and I can move it around.
Exactly. Although it does remain linked to the line work, so that if you should stretch the line or do a grid edit on the line, it will recalculate. Okay, but it again is just text. Area or the layer, for instance, would be, where's our annotation layer? There it is. Symbol around the descriptor. Let's see. SPT4W. Okay, let's see. Don't need that. All right, let's avoid label overlap. Just wait and see and move them. All right, so now label description, excuse me, lot description. Let's keep all these. Standard, we'll make it a 10th or 0.115, let's call it. Text layer was going to, let's put this on annotate so it's all in the same. And no prefix and suffix, it will be centered. Say okay. Square footage, we want, again, I'll make standard. 0.1.1. We have 0.115 on the lot number. That's about right. All right, so a 10th at standard on annotation, prefix, suffix. Now, if you're going to put square feet down, do you put SQ period space FT period or SF or what?
SF,
And capitals or lowercase?
doesn't matter.
Okay. And precision, now for this near square foot, I'll go there. And then for acres, again, standard that area text was, I think it's annotations, I think it's plural. Oops. What is going on? I can't see. Add notation. annotation. And we're doing acres. Let's see, so many square feet, so many acres. We'll put a plus or minus after it, and we'll do it to the nearest 10,000th of an acre. The prefix suffix is going to be big A, little c. All right, let's see what it does for us now. Area defaults. What's going on? Okay, and let's give it a rip and see what happens. All right, those are set my defaults. And now we're going to area by closed polyline. I'll select multiple areas. Do you need to do a composite total on these, Mike?
Need to do a chart that's like on the other Plat.
Yeah, okay. Area report. Label. Okay. All right, so 1.12 acres and 1.20 acres. How did I get 3 polylines?
Okay, the lot numbers are 40 and 41, 40 being on the left.
Yeah, okay.
41 being on the right. Something wrong?
Yeah, I came up with 3. Came up as a multiple area. Oh, I think I know, maybe. All right, so what's this? Is it 40 on the left?
40, yeah, lot 40.
All right. Now I'll pick where it's going to go. We'll put it here, for instance. You can move that at any point.
Okay.
And then we'll run the command again. And this time, all right. So that's 41. All right. And save. I think we've got, so far so good. Now these Jules. On a joiner. It's on a joiner. It's on layer adjoiner. Color is by layer. It's on layer adjoiner. Color is by layer. Yet, look at the difference. Black versus gray. I guess that's probably because of the font differential. Right now, I'm not going to worry so much about it. And let's see, did we need to flip any of these? It's all bearing. There's a curve. Oops, here's one. All right, Mike. There's one. You'd like the bearing on the outside or?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll show you the command, let you drive that one. It's also because we're dealing with annotation. The annotation in the Carlson survey Plat sense means annotated geometry, not things like blocks of text notes and disclaimers and all that. It's reading the geometry and annotating it. So we're going to look under the annotate menu. And yeah, I'm going to let you do it so you at least see where it is. And we want to, yes. And we're going to, yeah, or you can mirror them. I don't remember. Try flipping, and I think what that and get that one right there. Yeah, I think. Wait a minute, do you see why it's doing this?
No.
Where are you? In paper or in the model?
I'm in paper.
Yeah, you need to be in the model because we annotated that in the model. There you go.
Flip label. Flip selected label.
Yeah, try that and see what happens. It's select that one and get the other one with it. There you go, and hit enter. Did that do it?
Yep.
It looks like. Okay. I've got a question myself, though.
There's another one.
Yeah, but because I thought we set our defaults to use M text. I know we did, and that's not M text. All right, where's your other one? I'll let you drive and get to it. All right.
Oops, because it's upside down.
Okay. All right, so now it's one of those other ones. It's probably, let's see. See, that's supposed to flip itself around. Same as this. Now you see what happened right here, Mike? That label went T-time. Yeah, again, it needs a regen. So if we mirror, we flip, selected, flip on off. We mirror and flip, selected.
There.
Oh, that was mirror and flip, selected label. Now you've got this one now to do. Actually, these, that's upside down too, right?
No, that's right.
No, but I mean, it shouldn't it be in this orientation? But bearing on the outside, distance on the inside, but it reads from the bottom upward.
No, because you're going, I think you're going,
Oh, yeah, that's reading. That's reading as you're walking the parcel. If that's the rule, then then we don't want to have on the automatic flip due to screen twist. But
no, that's going in the right direction.
okay, but what? See, this one's not. Well, I mean,
well, no, it's going in the right direction. It just needs to be flipped.
yeah. So go up there and annotate, flip labels, and I would try. Okay. So what I was saying though, Mike, was simply this, was um, the, what's insertion? Did we need that to be like that?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so see, that's what I'm talking about. Is it reading, read right? You know, where it's.
You're right. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I know it's on the outside now. So to do that, we need to do like we did there a minute ago, and I think that was a mirror and flip. And obviously not if we mirror and flip. Hmm. If we just mirror. There. So now we just mirror these. Okay. What's going on?
How about that one in the middle? Should it be?
These have to flip too, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I thought we'd already flipped those.
No, maybe not. So this one is
Needs to be mirrored. Right.
Possibly. That one I could almost live with.
Let's live with it.
All right. And so now this needs to just,
Can you pick all four of them?
oops,
Oops, that didn't work.
no. Yeah, we should be able to do that and that. So that put the bearings in the right spot.
They need to be mirrored.
Now you go to mirror. So let's see if we, I want to see if we do it all at once. So if we flip labels, we should be able to mirror and flip select labels. Let's see if indeed we can. I suspect we can. Okay. All right. Now I'll come back out here to my paper space. I'll save the drawing. Okay. So remember to regen a lot, especially if you see things that might be missing, like this text kept getting smaller. Remember to save your work often. Someday we can set this table up in a nice standard form, being consistent with, whatever we do there. Okay. Now,
Legend.
yeah, so the legend is kind of a neat thing. I'm trying to see how to pull it back out into paper space. I may have to do it here, off to the side. So there's a command here with our draw legend. There's a setting that if we, so we're going to do a legend. Legend definition file. Okay, now you can have this little command that's running go through and read the drawing and come up with everything it finds, and we'll see what it works. Now, it's not, especially if we've changed the scale of some of that stuff, it may or may not show up okay. But, so what we'll do is we're going to add from the drawing, that button there, and it wants us to select entities. It says select the symbol, line type, and hatch types you want to use. I'm just going to grab everything, and then we can turn things on and off if we don't find that we don't need them all. And apparently I can't resize that. So, all right, so we have in here, you see these definitions. We've got this guy that is a line type. This guy is a symbol. I have no idea what that A43 is. So these are all different things that it read out of the drawing. Okay. A joiner label. That was that block of text over there that had the tax map parcel number and all that on it. Let's see. There's a continuous line, SPT4W. That's your circle with the wipeout in it. Now it found two of them, one on a layer called read sub, one on a layer called deed. You don't need but the one. So what you do is you would go through here and you would turn things on and off. So I would say, I'll make that one off so it says no, don't include. Okay, but you can still keep it in here, or you could even just simply remove it. Okay. So there's our overhead power. The description is OH electric. Now this is what we type here is going to be what shows up in the legend. So is that what you want that, or do you need to spell it out, or do you?
No, I think that would be okay.
Okay.
County may tell me to change it, but I'll deal with that then.
Okay. Now I have no idea. This is on that annotation layer. It probably is nothing that we would use. An A43, I can go look it up later, but I'm thinking of the annotation as maybe the delta for the curves. So I don't need that one to be included. So I just, sorry, not double click it, but turn it off. There we go. Resub. It's a line type on resub. That's probably the big green line. Let's see if there's. Yeah, I think it's all right. So resub, and I'm gonna edit.
Not very intuitive.
No, but part of it is I'm not familiar with the drawing from having worked with it every day yet. So, all right, so symbol, line type, hatch, or text, and the symbol name is that. The description is property line, or if you need to make it proposed, or whatever you want this to do. Including the legend. Say okay. All right, so now these are on bearing text. Those are your degree symbols and that sort of stuff. Those are those symbols. Remember, they're blocks.
Yeah, I don't think we need any of those.
All right. So SPT5 is that black solid circle.
Okay, that's a to be set. Number 5, no, it's set. Number 5 rebar with cap.
It is already set.
Well, it will be by the time the Plat gets.
Yeah, but do you spell out with or do it
W slide, yeah. Cap,
like that?
yeah.
Okay. And oh shoot. Damn it. It's not here. That's the name of the symbol. It's here, Crawford.
Okay.
All right. So tell me that again. It was a set number 5.
Number 5.
Okay.
Rebar with cap.
There we go. This U52 in the table text, that's very possibly, looks like it's the degree symbol right there. All right, so joiner label, that's self-explanatory, continuous. Oh, that's a bunch of these I don't necessarily need. So prompt line, yes. These, no. So turn them off and keep them here just in case we come back to them later. Table text off. A joiner label off. Continuous on probably found something on, I don't know why. Concrete. The only thing in concrete was that concrete pad, right?
Yeah, we don't need that.
Yeah.
Would that be
All right.
the corner label?
This is that one.
Yep.
That had the wipeout in it.
Yeah, that's a found number 5. Rebar with cap. This is the R on the rebar. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. You say some of these that I didn't. I didn't look up it anyway. All right, so now, what is this? Maybe, is it doing layer annotation in SPT4? Not sure. All right, this one. SPT2, now that's the smaller one. Was that?
Any of those left? One that are turned on.
Okay. Off. We don't need any of those. Go yes, 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 yes. And that looks like what we got there now. And so there we go. Power pole. But this through here, and then finally we have me needing to do it again because I hit too many escapes. I don't need to do it again. I just need to get back into it. All right, so now we've got finally this guy. And I think we said.
Yeah, we already set that thing.
Yeah. So that one's no. So that one was SPT5. Yep. Yeah, we've got it described and everything. All right. So save. All right. So now when it comes time to draw it, we'll click the draw button, and the text size will be 1/10. The symbol will be 1/10. If you're hatching anything, whatever the hatch size, scalar, again, remember plotted inches for all of those that say that. Line size, scalar. Right,
We're almost finished here. I'm about brain dead.
what's that, Mike?
Talking to my wife, I said we're almost finished. I'm about brain dead.
Yeah, okay. We'll draw a header, and we'll call that legend. Wait a minute, that's not exactly right. Let's see. Draw legend title. There's the title. Underline it. Size scalar. 3/10 of an inch. Let's tone that down a little bit here. Now just draw header. Alrighty then. I think that's it. We'll say okay. And pick the upper left corner, upper left for the whatever, and then we're going to see what we need to fix. So right now we have an overhead power line, we have a property line, so we need to fix the scale or make it longer or something. We have a set number 5 rebar, a found number 5, and we have a power pole. Is that?
I think that's it.
Okay. So I will save this, exit that. Now we need to match properties, and this probably needs to have a different line type scale. This one has same thing. Let's just see if we can make that. Or let's do this. That should be long enough. There we go. Now I should be able to pull this back. And then this. There we go. All right, now to get that, over where we need it to be, I'm going to over on our paper, we need to do, in fact, I need to first of all move this a little further away. So I'm going to put it down here, and then back here is right in here. I'm going to switch to my layer called viewports. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I can control the layer visibilities of inside of it and also see the fact that it's a viewport because it's on a special color. So I'll type my viewport and I'm going to go from here. I'm going to turn these off. For the moment, I'm going to go from, say, here up to here. And I'm in there, zooming around. There's my vicinity map. There it is. What's going on? Oh, I think I know. See how that text, the text needs to be annotative. So this and these, it says they're annotative. .40, annotation scale, 40. Oh, I don't know. Back to here. That scale. we go. I just set that annotation scale visibility separately. All right. So now there's that. I like that as it is. I'm going to select it and lock it because that is a viewport, remember. And then finally, because also remember when we plot these viewports, the frames don't show up, but you might want to have a little frame around legend. So I'm going to switch to a layer called title block line work. And let's draw a rectangle. And I'm just going to come a little bit inside. And there's a reason I'm doing that. You don't have to do that. In fact, you could just snap corner to corner. But this makes it easier to select the polyline separately from the viewport.
Right.
Okay?
That makes sense.
Yeah. Now, can we do a print preview so far? Print, print, print. Let me see here. There it is. Yeah, of course it's not. All right. So let's just simply plot the darn thing.
Have we saved it lately?
Yes. But how lazily, I don't know. So let's do that. And where was I here? Yeah, they don't do any preview. That's interesting. And so what we're going to do is see, I'll put file name is just go to Plat. Open P. Store layers, include all, optimize geometry. Use monochrome style. Now, if that goes on your other screen, I can't see it, but
No, it's nothing on my other screen.
okay. I told it to open when complete. All right, go look in the job folder. Go just down your Windows Explorer and see if that came up.
What did you call it? Plat
That,
PDF?
yeah, yep. To double click that. Scroll out so you can see the frame if you can. Oh, I see. I got it. Yeah, it took all of the things. All right, so now your legend has a little frame around it to keep it separate. Man, I'll tell you what, that's looking pretty slick.
Yeah, there's still some missing things, and I'm about brain dead for today. I don't know about you.
Yes, I am myself. So, all right.
And there's still some other things that we've got to add to make the county happy. And what's
Yeah.
that? What's the deal with that other thing up the other this thing up here?
What the command I just did was send layouts to a PDF file,
Okay.
and it took the model tab as well as this tab, and it does that, and then you can edit the PDF file and throw away what you don't need or whatever, or uncheck that particular one. But it's a tool that'll allow you to uh, um, generate multiple page uh, PDFs. Now, we may also want, I'm looking here, Mike, and seeing this, whoops, can't use, I think, I can't
We're
use
gonna want to
my,
make these bigger, the lot number and area.
yeah, and I can't, there we go. And also this curve table, it probably needs to go, maybe up here,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or down here on the corner, down below this somewhere, because this doesn't
Outside
really,
the lot. Yeah.
yeah. All right, so these, you say you want to make bigger?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not tonight.
Yeah, yeah. All right. And also, yeah, make yourself some notes of what to do. Also, see this?
Yeah.
And there's a power pole right in the middle of all those words.
Yeah.
And that may be okay, or we might want to, slide a little bit to where that power line's going through the gap there or something. And we still need to fix these joiners.
Right.
So now you can see how you can use them, where you just plop them in to place and it's a block.
Well, I can work on some of that myself, but the stuff I can't work on are those tables that the county wants. I don't know how to do that.
Like,
Stuff that I talked about on the other plat, the area table and
area
there's another,
tab. Yeah, that area tabulation
and
and
there's another table that they require where they any variances that you've gotten.
okay. Yeah. So what those typically do is you can do it a couple of ways. You can basically draw, text in a multi-line, or what's called, the multi-line text with tab stops, so that all the text lines up, and then you can draw the things between it. Like if you look, right here, that's not really a table. There's nothing except, pre-placed. There is an AutoCAD entity type called a table now, and I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, whether, because IntelliCAD didn't support it very well before. And I'm just going to check while this is up here. I'm not going to go through it, but if you, I don't see any draw. Oh, there's table. Input data file. No idea. First line is a table title. Use headers for the column width. Sure. There's my total, and then you can link it. Pick location for report table. And let's just say okay for shits and giggles. Oh boy, now look what's going on. All this is popping in. I hope it's just reading the data and then it's going to come over here and put it down. Yep, there it is. Okay, so it apparently does. And apparently what I just did was a coordinate file. There's probably text in there, but being black. Let's see, fill mode. Yeah, there it is. So 13, 14, blah, 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 blah. All right, so we'll play around with that. I'll see if I can figure some more stuff out about that, because it definitely was asking for an outside file. So I think all we have to do then, Mike, is get this to go away. So I think all we have to do is where that, let me see that, oops. Come on, stop. Is where we are now. I'm over here, like the area tabulation. I think we just make that into a little spreadsheet, save it as a comma separated value file, and then that will create that as a table. And then the key is, though, once that table is created, is it doing it, you know, through smoke and mirrors, or is it creating an actual table entity type? So if it is in fact doing so, then we can select it and change its style and do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So, all right. All right, so there's that. It should be a little bit further along. Looks like it's getting close. Yeah, if you'll tell me, so it's the tape. It's the table.
Two tables. There's the area table, and there's a waiver request or variance request table. I forget exactly what they called it. Let me here on my desktop.
We have that very same thing here locally in Plum Borough. You need the area summation table, and then the excuse me, list of variances.
You can still see my screen. There's a thing called Planning Commission waivers.
Yeah. Let's see. I've got it up here too. Jeff, excuse me. Jefferson County Planning Commission waivers table 1.2-2, section of the ordinance, date granted, and then the description of what goes in there. So that needs to be reformatted a little better. But that table 1.2-2, is that dictated by them, or is that because it suits something in this drawing? Do you?
I think it's their ordinance requirement. I think that's what it is. Let me do a little bit of research on that.
Yeah, let me know on that. And then this is fairly straightforward. Okay.
Okay.
So
when can we get back together again?
I am completely out of the picture in the sense that I won't be able to do anything on this until maybe Friday afternoon. I know tomorrow is definitely shot. Let me double check.
Well, you can shoot me a text or something.
Yeah, I thought you were having to go out of town. I thought Thursday and Friday or
Who,
something.
me? No, I'm here.
Or were you taking your mother-in-law somewhere?
My
Maybe that
mother-in-law
was
to the
the
hospital
doctor
tomorrow afternoon for an MRI.
for tomorrow. So Friday
Uh,
was the day we were going to go up to Corning, but I've got too much to do. I can't get up there. It's just too much.
I have a Zoom meeting in the morning, and I have to be at a job site at 3:30 in the afternoon. But actually, I can cancel that if I need to.
Okay. Well, let's shoot for Friday at 1.
Okay.
Because I can't do it until the afternoon, if that. Friday. And this is 9:04. 1:00 p.m. Zoom. Okie doke. All right, sir. Yeah, let me know. Just pop me an email or something if you find out about that table 1.2. If that's what it needs to say, then we'll make it say that. But if that's because it's, the second subtable of the first set of tables and that guy's set of plats, I don't know
Right.
what's going on. So let me know what it needs to say, how it needs to say it, and all of that. And for now, also, if you will, once you do that as well, get I'm sure have Excel, right?
Yeah.
Just open up a spreadsheet in Excel for each of those tables, make an Excel file, and give it the headers, just like you want it to read in the drawing. And then send me those Excel files,
Okay.
and I'll get them linked, because so you can also link those things to that outside data file. So
Okay.
if all you have to do is then go change the spreadsheet, and the drawing will update itself, sort of like an XREF file.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, sir. Well,
See you Friday. Thank you.
it's Miller time, buddy. All right, sir. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.